Excited to have you here for today's community council meeting. Want to extend some gratitude to PCC for hosting us. And if you don't know already, the bathrooms are out that way, down that hallway. I want to take a moment to welcome Jacob. This is Jacob's, I think, first only community council meeting with us today. Jacob is the founder and executive director of Feed the Mass, a nonprofit whose mission is to empower, educate, and serve through food. And Jacob was born in Hawaii, raised in Hilo, and moved to Oregon when he was 11. So we're really excited to have you as a council member. So we're going to go ahead and do a quick round of check-ins and intros and names. And is Jamie on yet, Yuxing? No? Okay. So we'll start off, share your name, your pronouns, and then in one word or phrase, go ahead and share what you need to be present today. And we'll do both staff and council members. I'll kick us off just to demo, and then I'll pass it to my right. Or it can be passed. Okay, yeah. My name is Katrina. I use she, her pronouns. And I'm just going to keep reminding myself to breathe.
Hi, I'm Karina. She, her pronouns, and something I need to be present is forgiveness.
Jacob Valentine, he, him, and listen more.
I am Kamala, I use she, her pronouns, and I was thinking about really just focusing on the word focus.
Stephen Pham, pronouns are he, him, and I will be using caffeine to stay focused.
Dean Salazar, he, him, water.
Lene Johnson, she, her. I'm going to say slow down. I'm just coming from work, so I'm like switching my brain over, but I need to slow down.
Kathy Pedersen, she, her, and like Jacob, I'm going to listen.
Lisa Pellegrino, she, her pronouns, and I too am leaving the door open for caffeine.
And I'm Brian Schmeddinghoff, he, him, and I'm going to say inspiration from all of y'all's wonderful input.
Erica Bridgman Bugnoli, she, her, and I'm going to say breathing like Katrina and staying focused.
Meg McElroy, she, her, and like Lene, I'm going to take slowing down.
Okay. So now we'll go ahead and do an overview of today's meeting. So I'll go ahead and kick it over to Meg to start off with some big picture context.
Yes, thank you. You all are probably familiar with this graph. You've seen it a few times, but I just want to kind of ground us on the road that we've traveled and where we're headed. So as a reminder, this group has been meeting for over a year now, which is pretty exciting. And you completed in early 2023 some orientation and learning about the Children's Levy. By that spring, you made recommendations that shaped the community engagement process to help us understand community needs and priorities. And then this past fall, you guided the development of our grant application and scoring criteria and the review process for scoring applications. So that takes us up to where you see the arrow on this graph. The focus today is on the funding priorities in each of the levy's required 6 program areas. That means what types of services will be eligible for levy grant funding. And we are all guided in this work together today by the community engagement process that you all shaped, and you all heard about those results a few weeks ago. What comes out of this meeting will help us finalize preparations to implement the grant funding process this fall, with grants starting next July 1, 2025. And I'm going to hand it back to Katrina to get us started.
So the slide up there is kind of focused on what we're going to be working on today. The outcomes that are up there, I want you to think of them as your North Star through your small group work and through the large council consensus building work. This is what we're aiming for. So the first one, we're hoping to discuss, change, and build consensus on 2024 large grants funding priorities. And this will be for allocation committee consideration and decision in June. And then the second outcome is if the council isn't able to reach consensus on a funding priority, I'm going to work with you to get you to surface all of your tensions and concerns, and we will be sharing those with the allocation committee for their decision making on grant making funding priorities in June. So from here, we're going to pivot. Lisa is going to do a 15-minute overview, orienting you to funding priorities. And then we're going to move to public comment for 10 minutes. And then I'm going to orient you to the consensus building process that we're going to be using today during the full council time. And if you look at your kind of public-facing agenda, you'll see all of that laid out in front of you. From there, we're going to spend the remainder of the day on funding priorities. So we're going to do 2 sets of small group to full council work. Each set of small council to full council work will focus on 3 funding priorities, and each small group will focus on 1 funding priority. Each small group is going to be joined by 2 staffers who will help facilitate and take notes, and will report out to the large group. And your goal in whatever small group you're in is to end your time together with a funding priority proposal that you are ready to bring and recommend to the full council for adoption and a vote. After small group work, we're going to do the 60 minutes of full council work, and that's where we're going to use a formal consensus building process that I'll walk us through in a little bit. And then at the end of all of this time, we're going to hold a vote to formally recommend funding priorities to the allocation committee. So we're only going to vote on funding priorities that have reached consensus during full council work. And if the funding priorities haven't reached consensus, there won't be agreed upon language to vote on. And then we'll end with a closing. We're going to have 2 10-minute breaks. They'll both be after the small group work sessions, the first at 2:05 and the second at 3:35. And then I just want to invite folks to take care of your needs throughout the meeting, get water, go to the bathroom, and just check in with yourself. Does anyone have any questions about where we've been or what we're doing today? Lisa, I'll go ahead and pass it over to you.
Microphone. All right, I'll get used to talking into it. So I wanted to just center us on why we're doing this, to start with that. Why are we looking at funding priorities today, and why are we discussing them? And so the point of having priorities that we can put out to the larger community of people who might apply for funding is to make sure that we are investing in ways that meet the current needs of children and families in the community that we're serving. And to make sure that we're responsive and accountable to community voice and contributions. The other piece that is really important is that we want to make sure that we're directing our outreach to applicants who are likely to offer programs that would be a fit with the priorities that we have, that will meet the needs of the community. It helps us plan that work and make sure we're doing a thorough job of it once we settle on those priorities. And then the last piece that I think maybe sometimes gets lost a little bit is thinking through, we want to provide a succinct way for potential applicants to review and decide, am I a good fit for this funding? Is my program a good fit for the funding that's being offered? And if you all have spent a lot of time on the applications, it's a long document, it's a lot of questions, it's not easy for people to kind of scan that and understand. So part of the purpose of this is to communicate in a way that people can quickly read and say, okay, I either do these things or I don't do these things, or I do my work in this way or I don't do my work in this way, so that they can decide if they're a good fit before they start investing the time and effort that it takes to look at the application materials and figure out whether they can apply. So those are the main reasons why we are driving toward funding priorities that we can kind of publish and put out there to the community at large. Okay, you can go to the next slide. So just a brief review on how staff created the documents that you all were sent early to look at and that you'll be discussing today. So just to ground us, we were taking the community engagement results writ large and trying to translate that into funding priorities. So we looked particularly at the survey data, and that included both the community survey and the provider survey. So you'll remember that there were two. We also looked at, I just want to remind folks, because many of you were present for the joint meeting, and the community engagement consultants presented a slide deck with their results in that meeting. There was a broader slide deck that they did, a full report that they did, which was then sent to you all. So there's even more information than they had time to go through in that meeting. And then we also looked at, they gave us their data sets, so their actual data in Excel format that we could look at if we wanted to look at specific populations. So in some cases where relevant populations, we wanted to understand what the differences might be between a small group and the large group on particular priorities, we included that information too. We also, of course, looked at the themes from the focus groups and the interviews and the consultant recommendations. So those are all in the slide deck as well, but they're more qualitative data, not just the quantitative data. So those are the things that we consulted. You want to go on to the next? So I just want to run through what's on the pieces of paper that you're going to be working on in your small groups, the funding priorities themselves. They include sort of two sets of things. The first list is a list of types of services that the levy is going to direct its investments toward. And the important thing to note about those is the idea is that those are required. So if you are not offering that type of service or any type of service that would fit into that, you have to be able to at least do one, or you shouldn't be applying because you wouldn't be eligible to apply. So part of the application will be saying, I am applying because my program does this thing. So those are required. We also included what we called features. So program features include a lot of different things. So those are qualities about the way the services are delivered, or the type of environment that they're delivered in, or maybe the hours of service or the hours of time in the day and week that the service is provided, who delivers the service, the language potentially, or training that staff should have. So this was the kind of input that came forward in community engagement that was more qualitative, or how you do the service, not just what it is. So we tried to reflect those things in what we called the features, the desired features of that the community had. Those features are not required, so you're not eliminated from eligibility or applying for the funding if you don't have the features. They're meant there to telegraph. These are the kinds of things that the community wants in its services, and to take into account when you're thinking about what you want to propose that the levy fund. One thing you'll notice when you look at the features, there's a lot of, because you all have worked on this application questions, a lot of the features address things that are specifically asked in the application questions, which should be good news to you all, because you all were anticipating things in the application that the community came back and said it wanted. So it's just to remember that if you have the features, many of them are asked about in the application, you're going to score better in many cases, because there's more points given if you do those things. An example of that is that one of the themes that we saw in the features that came across all the different program areas was culturally responsive staff that share the cultural identity of the family or child that's being served. Many of the equity-focused questions that you all helped work on in the application probe how an organization and a program are culturally responsive and reflective of the population that they serve. So that's a good example of where there's overlap. The community gave feedback about particular things, and that's already included and braided into the application and the scoring framework. So the other thing that we included in the funding priorities is the priority populations, and those were braided in based on what you all set as your priority populations for community engagement, so the people that we went out and engaged, and also based on who experiences disparities in outcomes for children and families. So those are listed at the front, on the sort of front sheet that you have over the funding priority document. The other thing I wanted to just mention, more of a technical detail, so when you're looking at the funding priorities and discussing them at your table, we did put slide references, so there's numbers there that give you all the numbers of the slide. So if you do want to go back and consult that data or understand it or look at it again, you can kind of easily reference where the slides are that had the data that we were using to create that draft priority. Okay, go on to the next slide, Yixing. Okay, so there are some limitations in this. As you all go in to discuss this, I want to make sure you're kind of keeping these in the back of your mind. So there are kind of different kinds of limitations that we took into account, or maybe frames and limitations, framework and limitations. The first is we looked at, that we consider as the ballot measure and the act that govern the levy operations. And they require that we fund direct services for children and families, so that's in that language. There are some recommendations that came from the consultants and out of the community engagement that recommend PCL fund things that aren't direct services. So you won't see those reflected in the funding priorities because those are not things that we can fund under the sort of law that binds us. Another limitation to be aware of is there is a law on how property tax levy proceeds can be used. And because school districts can also do local option property tax levies, and they're capped at a certain amount that they can ask the public to fund for those local option levies, other governments are not allowed to levy another local option property tax that would also go to fund the school day. So the school operations, the personnel that are teaching during the school day and offering classes to students, those things are not fundable by other governments through a property tax levy, through that limitation. So that's something we need to keep in mind in terms of the kinds of priorities we have. And it's something that helped frame which recommendations we included in the funding priorities. And then the last frame that we used and that I would ask you all to keep in mind is kind of the roles of other major systems that are out there supporting children and families. So the health system, as we know, provides supports, and also some of the needs that were noted by community are health system, perhaps best met by the health system. The education system, the child welfare system. So different systems are serving in our community, and I think part of our job here is to think about what is the PCL's place in that. So I encourage you all to consider that as you're running through the funding priority drafts. So that's pretty much it. I'm happy to take questions if you have questions or issues at this.
One question that came up for me is when I saw major systems, I was just wondering if there was other local jurisdictions that are also impacting these populations. Like, does the county have programs that serve?
Yes, the county, and because the county runs the county health system, for instance. So, and the county also has a Department of Human Services that runs various kinds of programs for children and families, as well as programs not for children and families. So yes, in the Education Service District, the state, there are many different governments, even, Metro provides all kinds of recreation space and activities for children and families. I mean, so there's many, it is a complex system and many different governments braiding into that.
When you said that the requires funding for direct services for children and families, does that limit the ability for organizations to collaborate in the sense of, like, if for instance an organization is providing a service but another organization is providing the people, how would that look like? Would that organization who's applying for the funding to do the service will have to have the other organization apply for it since they're direct to family and children's services, or how'd that work?
That's a good question. I don't know that I have a ready answer for it because I could see that maybe looking different depending on what it is. If the eventual service is going to children and families, and that's the kind of point of the person. Like, I can think about it in food, for instance. I could imagine it in food. I'm not sure how that would work in other ways with different kinds of services. So if the food program is, the food is being provided to children and families, then I would welcome my colleagues to opine on this, but that's my sense as of a good example where that could be fine. Do you have a thought? Do you want to add?
Well, I more wanted to ask a clarifying question to make sure I kind of understood something. One of the things, Jacob, the way that you spoke led me to think that there was an underlying assumption about the way that you asked something. And so for example, in levy-funded services, the bulk of the funding goes to fund the staff that operate that provide the service to children and families. So I want to double check that, you weren't assuming we weren't funding staff or the grants. Okay.
No, so the reason I ask this is because there's been times where us as an organization have gone, Feed the Mastermind, we've applied for grants, but because we are funding, or we're creating a service that other organizations are going to use to help the community, we couldn't get the grant because we're not doing the aspect of the direct data from the individuals and everything like that. So it was very hard, and we missed out on a lot of opportunities. And I think that could be a barrier when we talk about, and just more of a definitional kind of thing when we say direct to children and families, just making sure that I just want to make sure that's clear for other organizations, not to make them feel like, well, we just provide a service. We don't actually work directly with individuals.
Well, it's a good question. I think that where has come up in some of the community engagement recommendations, where I saw some of recommendations around supporting advocacy work, for instance, and supporting systems improvement work with grants. And I would say those are the things that are in the community engagement results that we haven't really put into the funding priorities, because those are outside what we can fund. I think what you're asking is a little bit more of a technical question, and I would say, like, for instance, if I think of Sunshine Division, they prepare the food, but the school actually passes it out to the kids. So, it's not like the service itself, the thing needs to go to the children and families directly, I think, as opposed to an organization that is, say, working for children and families because they're advocating in the legislature for more education funding, for instance, something like that. Does that make sense? That makes sense. Okay.
Kind of building on that question, but taking like a different dimension to it, rather than thinking about the types of organizations. I'm curious in terms of the types of services. This, I feel like, healthcare came up a bit during the share out from the consulting group. And I know healthcare is not explicitly stated within the funding priorities. And at the same time, we know that mental health is a priority, as well as like healthcare, access to healthcare is connected to so many other outcomes for kids and families. I'm curious if there are restrictions that go into how PCL can fund, programs that might either directly focus on healthcare for kids and families, or focus on healthcare along with like mental health care and access to food and other basic needs.
I think you'll see in the recommendations as they come forward, or in there's really a draft funding priorities, that there is a thread of mental health through a lot of, because that was a big piece of the feedback. I wouldn't say there is not a written in law restriction on what PCL can fund with regard to health or mental health, but you have to think a little bit about the systems that deliver those services, and how, because we do have to we are required to fund nonprofits and local education. Like I said, there are some schools that run Head Starts, for instance, that we have funded in the past, or colleges and universities. So we have to think also about what kinds of services are delivered by those types of organizations. I think that another sort of thread running through this is, what's the right role? So this is the place where you all can weigh in and see what you think. What's the right role for PCL? What should we be funding?
Can I chime in? Go ahead, Lene.
Just to share with Stephen, I did see on the child abuse and prevention and intervention draft that there are services that are specific to help families navigate the system, but I think the question that we'll answer later about should this be explicit, I think it'll be interesting to see how we parse through that, because like you said, it isn't explicit in there, but the services that they are providing are to impact those systems or to help them navigate it better, which you would assume if they have help navigating the resource, or they're getting access to the resource, that would have a positive effect on their mental health, and their overall health and well-being. So I guess we'll see what we all talk about.
That was certainly a big theme. Navigators, help getting access, like just trying to use the systems is very difficult for people. And so that's a piece. And I think some of the other pieces that came through in the consultants' work were around, there are lots of ways to support mental health, particularly youth mental health, that are not only provided by a health system. And I think there is a focus that it could be explored that way too. So it's maybe both and. I'm sorry, Meg, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No, I just was going to offer, Lisa, would you be willing to share with the group roughly the amount of resource the Levy has to contribute to its grants on an annual basis to help scale people's thinking around sort of why keeping our role, thinking of having the lens on when you're having your small group discussions about the levy's role compared to other systems is important.
Exactly. So the total resources that we're expecting to have for the large grant funding round, so we'll have some updated revenue projections, but we won't have them until next January. So these I'm basing off what the previous January, last January, look to be around 23 million per year. So in that neighborhood on average for the 3-year grants that we'll be giving. So if you think about how much is invested in the education system and locally or any of the other large systems, they are quite a bit more money than 23 million per year. So, and that's divided between 6 program areas. So that's kind of the scaling, and I think that's what comes up. That's why the issue of role comes up. So go ahead.
I just wanted to add that one other thing that we were considering is that some of the things the community wanted and said in community engagement, they wanted because there isn't enough of it. There's like a shortage. So like there's a shortage of therapists who are reflective of each of the cultures and the identities that were mentioned, for example. And so thinking about, is a nonprofit going to be able to find these therapists and these specific things when everybody is looking for those things, all of the health systems? So are there other ways that we can address that need with the resources that exist?
I had a follow-up question. When you use the term scaling, I don't have it in front of me, but is there, the 6 programs, are they evenly funded from that 23rd, or is there already a scaling in place that we should know about?
Yeah, so that there's I could tell you how the current resources are divided up by percentage, for instance. So early childhood had the largest percentage, and then after school and child abuse prevention after that, and foster care and hunger relief, pretty similar percentages, a little bit smaller. Those were and mentoring, yeah, a little bit smaller. I don't know that will stay the same. The committee is going to have to take that up. And to be honest, I think you shouldn't think in those terms now, because I think the idea is to let's try to parse through what the community engagement is telling us and think about how that would inform, what we offer in the way of level of resource. So part of the idea is to make sure we're addressing new and emerging needs. And I think certainly the pandemic is a big piece of that and the fallout from that. And so we are in a little bit unique situation that we haven't been in before as we try to recover as a community from this terrible event. And I think that could potentially shift how those resources get divided, to be honest.
Clarifying question. You said in the neighborhood of 23 million. That means like you weren't referring to a physical neighborhood, correct? I'm just making sure because I didn't hear the full thing before those 3 words. So
I'm sorry, so 23 million annually?
Yes, that's a total budget, correct?
That is the total amount that we're going to grant out.
Yeah, all right.
Okay.
At least making sure because
that we're projecting.
Some auditory issues. So.
Okay, no problem. I'm happy to do that. Sorry if I wasn't clear. I know I talk quickly.
I have a question, and feel free to tell me if I'm going in the weeds on this. I know you bringing up how is the 23 million split. I think it's a good question, but I'm wondering do we talk about the max amount in each grant that an organization can apply for? Ooh, see eyebrows.
We haven't talked about it yet because the allocation committee has to make those decisions, but the direction that we are headed as a staff is a minimum grant of $100,000 a year and a maximum grant of $1.5 million. But I think I want to invite you all to pull back from that level of detail because I do think it's actually in the weeds in a way that might not be the most helpful to your conversation. I think another thing to keep in mind as you're thinking about the funding priorities is we really want to leave it to applicants to talk about the how they're going to do something. We really want to understand from you all the what. What should be the purpose, the intent? What's the change or reality we want to support in the community? So sort of we framed our funding recommendations, so sort of the top part of those documents that you'll look at, the services around that thinking. What's the intent? What's the purpose here? And we really want to leave to applicants to answer how they're going to do that, what kinds of activities, what kinds of staffing, what's the outcome they're going to use, how are they going to measure that, who are they as an organization to be doing this, which are all the questions you all surfaced last fall that built that application and those scoring criteria. Did that help answer your question, Lene? Okay.
I kind of have a follow-up, but okay, appreciate that. The last meeting that we had, the joint meeting, I know we had some technical difficulties, so we couldn't really dive into it together, well, in greater detail than them overviewing what the data said, but the question about equitable scale across the priorities, I'm wondering, is there a space for us to have that conversation with the other, like the allocation committee? Because I'm wondering if we have all this data that says what the community is saying they need, and we look to see the previous scale didn't align with where the communities are saying the needs are, is there room for conversation about how to scale that in light of what the data said? Because I just think if we're thinking about impact and what we're trying to drive, what our funding is going to drive change in, it seems a little bit like remiss if we don't have a conversation. If mentoring or after school is the #1 priority that community has said and providers, and it's getting the less amount of funding, is there room for, so maybe we won't talk about that today, but I do think it'll be interesting to see where we align on that.
The only thing I would offer is I'm not sure that the survey that we asked applicants did not ask them to prioritize between levy funding program areas, so I don't know if we know what the community said about that. What we did ask them was within a particular program area, what kinds of things were their priorities, or what did they feel that we needed more of? So I think when you all are in your small groups, if there's something that you feel really burning about that you want to bring forward, please do. But I'm not sure that, like, if I were to look at that report, I'm not sure I could walk away with a strong and clear indication of the community absolutely said we need more of X over Y. But if you're seeing it, bring it forward.
Yeah, I think I just saw in one of the group questions that it was like, oh, they didn't explicitly say this was a need, but deferring to what the data said, we're assuming that that is what they need. I can follow up in it, but it was definitely written in our questions to think about. And so I guess it would be us summarizing or inferring from the data the direction we think they want to go in based on how they responded.
I think as far as the group questions go, we'll get into that like in the small groups, because sometimes the data was saying contradictory things. And so we're bringing things to you to say, based on this, we were thinking about doing X or Y, but we're not sure. What do you think? So I think that's where we can kind of get into that.
I think, so I have a clarifying question. I think it's very quick. Hopefully it's a yes or no thing that builds on this. I just want to clarify that, one, we as a community council have the ability to influence the scale across the priority areas, right? Because I think a question beyond like the actual priorities that are set is prioritization of the priorities and what we find are like the biggest gaps or biggest needs. So I'm seeing head nods as in, yes, the community council can influence that. As in, like, say, yeah, once we land on the set of what here, we can say that we believe, or based on a variety of data, that this one priority area is highest need, and so we should allocate more funds here rather, and, we could rank it if needed.
We have not made that part of the agenda and discussion today because, again, there isn't really data that we gathered that would suggest, in other words, we're not going to be able to rest it on the data that we got from community engagement. And
Right.
kind of the task today was to think up through what do we learn in community engagement and how do we best apply that. So it's the allocation committee's ultimate decision about what to do with that. And I think they would be informed by the priorities that we have. I mean, I'm not sure we did not schedule that kind of discussion for today. So I think that would be outside of the agenda.
Okay. Yeah.
I would also say, even within the program areas, the information that we have, the way that survey questions were asked was 2 different ways. In 3 program areas, survey respondents, so 500 community members, were asked to say whether or not they think we need more or not of a particular type of service. That's a different kind of question than in the other 3 program areas. They were asked, of the options here, tell me your top 3 priorities. So we don't know in some of the cases what thing mattered more than another thing to people. We just know in those 3 program areas, everybody wants more of all the things, which is not surprising, because that's kind of when you ask a question, do you want more of something, and we don't have enough, you're going to get that answer. So I don't know, Stephen, that we really could ask you all to prioritize things within the program areas, because I don't think we have enough data to really guide us there. The other side of the equation is, nonprofits have to come forward and sort of apply to say what they can do within a program area, and I think we want to be careful about how much we recommend doing something over another, because we want to still leave room for the applicants to sort of say, this is what we're capable of doing based on the priorities you have before you. Does that make sense? Okay.
Thank you.
I would caution you in general, even when the allocation committee in the past has set up percentages of resources they want to devote to one thing or another, when the applications come in, they sometimes end up having to rearrange that, because there are a lot of strong applications in one area that they really want to fund, and there are fewer in another area where they hoped there would be more, but people didn't come forward and apply. So, there's this push-pull there, where you can have a lot of ideas and designs on something, but it isn't necessarily, you can't carry it out always, because it doesn't, you don't want to fund a program just because you said you would fund 20% of the resources there, even if you think that program is not likely to succeed. So does that make sense? So I don't want you to get too tied up in that, because it winds up being something that ends up having to be adjusted often.
I'm going to actually go ahead and pause this here for now. We've gone about 10 minutes over on the funding priorities discussion. And Yuxing, I just want to confirm, we have public comment now. Do we have anyone sign up for public comment? Looks like a no. So we'll go ahead and move to talking about the consensus building process. So Lisa just gave you the overview of funding priorities, what they are, kind of what their role is within the levy. What I'm going to talk about right now is the consensus building process that we're going to use during the large council portion of work. The consensus building is going to start in the small groups that you all get broken up into, and then from those small groups, each small group is going to come back with a recommended set of funding priorities to bring to the full council for consensus building, for the consensus building process. And so in the full council, we're going to be meeting as a full council for 60 minutes each time. And during each set of 60 minutes, we'll have 20 minutes to focus on each program area. So it's actually not a lot of time that we'll have per program area. Staff is going to lead the present out from the small group. They'll highlight whatever changes and edits their small group made to the funding proposal, along with the reasoning behind those edits. And then we're going to do 4 rounds of consensus building. So the first round is clarifying questions. And I'm going to invite folks who weren't in that small group to ask clarifying questions of the folks who were in that small group. Then we're going to go to round 2, which is reactions and edits. And so for that one, it will be, what is your reaction to the funding priorities, and do you have any edits or additions? And if so, please share your reasoning. Round 3 will be must-haves. So for all council members, what must be added or changed to the funding priorities for you to support it? And then round 4 will be a consensus check, where I'll do a thumbs up, thumbs to the side, thumbs down, to get a read on if we've reached consensus or not. Thumbs up is supporting. Thumbs to the side is you don't love it, but you can live with it. And thumbs. What's that? Yes. Well, this is round 4. This isn't actually the vote yet. We will vote at the end. And thumbs down is oppose or block. So thumbs to the side and thumbs up count as a part of consensus. Thumbs down blocks consensus. Depending on what surfaces during rounds 2 and 3, so those are the reactions and the edits and the must-haves round, we might need to do additional rounds of consensus building before we move to the final round. And because of the time constraints we're operating within, I'm going to ask council members to limit their comments to 1 comment per round. Each round I'm going to call first on virtual participants. Hi, Jamie. we'll get to you eventually for an intro. And then we'll move to in-person participants. And then while we are aiming to reach consensus on all of the funding priorities, it might not be possible in the time that we have. Disagreements and concerns and outstanding questions for further conversation are really normal parts of a consensus building process. And 20 minutes per program area is not a lot of time. So if we aren't able to reach consensus, I will work with you all to surface these edits, concerns, and questions for staff to work on after the meeting and for staff to share with the allocation committee at the June meeting. So at the end of the day, so long as we have quorum, we will hold a vote to formally recommend funding priorities to the allocation committee. We're only going to vote on funding priorities that have reached consensus during the full council work. If we haven't reached consensus, there actually won't be language agreed upon to vote upon. And for the funding priorities that haven't reached consensus, staff will integrate council feedback into a proposal to bring to the allocation committee, and we'll share the concerns, tensions, and questions along with the presentation. We'll hold the vote at the end using poll EV to honor your decision last year to vote anonymously. And then I just wanted to share a couple of grounding points to keep in mind with the consensus building process. So using this process, our goal is to land on a recommendation that everyone can live with. You might not love it or even like it, but can you live with it? And then the other request that I have is for everyone in the room, both in small group work and in full council work, to bring solutions to the table that you think might work for everyone based on all the feedback that you're hearing. So does anyone have any questions about the consensus building process that we're going to run through?
I have a question. I have to leave a little bit earlier, around 3. Am I still able to vote virtually, or is there another option? I'm in another different meeting, so I could do a poll type vote.
Yeah, if you are able to kind of stay connected virtually, we could get you the link to vote, Jamie. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay. Jamie, since we have you up, do you mind if we go ahead and do an intro, name, pronouns, and what you need to be present today?
Great. So Jamie LeBaron, I, she, her pronouns. What I needed to be present. I'm present here. Yeah, it's already handled. So, here.
So glad to have you here.
Thanks.
Okay, so we're going to go ahead and break out into small groups now. So we're going to go ahead and start moving into consensus building. And the first 3 program areas that we're going to work on are early childhood, foster care, and after school. So before I announce the groups, I'm just going to refresh folks about their tasks. So your goal out of this small group work will be to come out with a set of funding priorities that you feel confident recommending to the full council. Staff are going to be there taking notes. They'll have a question for you to consider as a part of that work. And then staff, if you can make sure to make any edits to the funding priority as track changes, so that way those will appear up on the screen. Okay, so early childhood, Meg and Erica are the staffers on that group, and then Karina, Jacob, and Kathy, you will be joining for that small group, and you all can be over here. Foster care will be with Joel and me, and Dean, Kamala, and Steven will be in that group. And we will be at that table back there where Joel is. And then after school is Brian and Lisa, and that will be Jamie, Lene, and Alejandra, and you all will be at the table opposite me. Oh, yep, Alejandra's not here. Jamie and Lene. You'll have 20 minutes. childhood. So the folks who were in early childhood, can we have the staffer present out what changes and edits got made to that funding priority along with reasons? Oh, there's a break. Oh, good point. There's actually a break right now. Katrina forgot that there's a break. Have 10 minutes back and we'll convene at 2:15, everybody. Just as a reminder for folks, the process that we're going to go through, we're going to start off with a presentation from the small group. Round 1 will be clarifying questions. Round 2 will be reactions and edits. Round 3 is must-haves, and round 4 is a consensus check-in. We'll have about 20 minutes per program area. Okay, so I'll go ahead and turn it over to early childhood.
Well, our group was efficient. They started with the discussion of the question that was posed to the group, and their answer to the question, I won't reframe the question for you all because you have it in writing, but there was sort of a tricky recommendation, and we as a staff asked the small group to wrestle with what to do with it, and their suggestion was to add a funding priority here, which is showing as number 5, to offer community-based prenatal, postnatal, and maternal education. And then the other improvement that they made is in number 4. They suggested that the wording here be modified slightly so that it wasn't only for children who had diagnosed disabilities, for whom these additional services could be made available, but also families where a child could have a developmental concern or delay. And otherwise, the funding priorities as they appear here on the page were given thumbs up and consensus in our small group, as were the features.
So does anyone who was not in the small group have any clarifying questions? I'm going to go ahead and start with Jamie before moving to folks who are in person. Jamie, do you have any questions?
I do not.
Anyone in the room who wasn't in that small group? Kamala, go ahead. And go ahead and use your mic.
A clarifying question, and it may not be answered today, but disabilities is identified throughout the different priorities, and so I'm just wondering if we would include this language, this new language, each time we had the word disabilities.
I think it comes up in different contexts in different program areas, so I think we might have to evaluate that in each program area as we go. I'm not sure if it's generalizable or not without looking at them.
To clarify, did they say, I'd see it at the bottom, to offer community-based prenatal and postnatal maternal education? They did, or?
The recommendation from the consultant team was different than how this is worded. It had multiple parts, and it included training of clinicians, and it included more direct maternal health care, and so our group modified it to be something that was more in alignment with how these other priorities were framed.
I just want to expand on that. So one of the things that we were kind of worried about was the idea of making sure that the funding goes to the community versus training more people, and because we felt that like the question, which was training more doulas or individuals in that field, wouldn't really, it would benefit in the long run, yes, but it wouldn't be in a more immediate resolution. So we kind of said people who are already doulas or trained in pre and postnatal education to be able to do more programming like that, if that helps.
Can I ask about it seems intentional that the focus is on education, right, versus the care itself, which makes sense given the conversation around, serving families and kids. Would that include like access to care too, in terms of, education? I could see it being an umbrella that includes helping families access that care, understand where to find that care, or maybe I just don't know the nature of this education well enough. Is it just like direct education? Does that make sense? No.
Are you asking, Stephen, about if like system navigation could be part of it or added to it?
Exactly.
So we're going to go ahead and hold edits and additions for round 2.
Oh.
We're going to stick with clarifying questions right now. So clarifying questions.
clarifying, I guess, because you kind of did have a clarify. So I think when we talk about the aspect of education, we're really specifically saying like education is also kind of a form of healthcare, because if you know how to eat better, if you know how to like take care of yourself and feed yourself better when you are breastfeeding and everything like that, that is a form of healthcare. So I guess yes, education slash healthcare, but that's just me.
I don't know if this is on brand with where we're at in the conversation, but I want to read my notes about this section, if that's okay. I was noticing that there isn't any service like tailored to providers, but like the features mentions training for providers and caregivers. Is that something explicit we want to make available as a service? I was just thinking about like early Head Start programs or new charter schools that are, I don't want to like list organizations, but ones that focus on K through 3 or just early Head Start. Is there room for funding to go to those providers to keep those establishments open or to increase their retention or recruitment of people of color that are working at those schools? I just feel like I can think of some organizations or charter schools that are helping families learn about children behavior, that are helping students and families with their mental health and accessing resources and navigating services. So I just wonder, is that open to providers to be able to apply for this?
Are you asking if somebody who offers the type of service could use their budget to also train their staff? Is that what you're asking, or something separate?
Something separate. I'm saying like if there is a charter school or I almost said an organization that is working with Head Start or is doing some of 1 through 5, right? Are they eligible to apply for this if they're like a school or a charter entity?
If they are a nonprofit organization, they are eligible to apply for levy funds. If after the funding priorities are adopted by the allocation committee, if the applicant is saying that they are going to do something that meets one of these funding priorities and their application speaks to how they're going to do it, then they're eligible for funding. Am I answering your question? Okay.
So let's go ahead and move to round 2. So Jamie, I'm actually going to start off with you if you're there, and if not, we can go to the folks in the room. But I wanted to ask, what edits and additions do folks have who were not in this small group? And then if you can share your reasoning for those edits or additions, and then general reactions as well. So Jamie, I'll go ahead and start with you.
I'm so sorry. My dogs were barking. It's a little distracted. Where I'm at is if we had any edits to this paragraph here.
This whole funding priority for early childhood.
Don't think so. I don't think so. We didn't discuss this paragraph in our small group, so I don't have any more. Sorry if I'm like not on the right page at all with this, but.
You're all good. So I'm asking if the folks who weren't in this small group, who didn't have the chance to go deeply on early childhood, looking at the funding priorities that we have for early childhood, what are your general reactions? And then are there any edits or additions that you have to this funding priority?
I don't have any other edits or adjustments to this. I feel okay about it.
Great, thanks, Jamie. Folks who are in the room.
Can Eugene put the screen back up with your language edits or the group's language edits so we can see? Thanks. One of the things that came up in our group was the use of such as or including but not limited to. I wonder if, number 3, if it would be helpful to change instead of especially for, but, with focus on families that identify as American, Indian, Alaska Native, Black, Asian, or Southeast Asian, Latino, AX, or like something, but including focus on, but not limiting to, just so that way grantees or providers don't get confused if they don't have a high percentage of folks in those demographics. It doesn't mean that they're ineligible. I know there's a lot of work with community organizations that some have a higher density of certain communities of different backgrounds and some don't, but they're still serving them, maybe just not in a high percentage. So it may be helpful to explain that a little bit.
We also had a high percentage of it was a very diverse group that when I did after school programming. And so we were not culturally specific, but like culturally inclusive. So that might be a way to describe that.
This is just like a potentially like wording thing. I was trying to toss with my colleague here so that we wouldn't be, have the entire thing focused on wording amendments. But what about with particular concern for, because that showcases, I think that might be, I don't know, a little less. Do people think that sounds like not exclusive, but more, showcases the particular issues with that those communities need to overcome?
I think, sorry, I'll be quick. I think that is fine. I might suggest like somewhere else outside of this section, because especially for or with particular concern for is or will be used throughout the entire document. So if there can be an asterisk, just clarifying what PCL means by that in terms of it not being exclusive, I think it can accomplish what we're wanting it to do.
If I could draw folks' attention, Meg, if you could scroll up a little bit on that document. So if you look at when it talks about their applicants must provide at least one of the services, and they may provide more than one. They're not required to serve the specific populations listed below. Community engagement results suggest these populations highly prioritize the service. Is that clear for folks? Because I realize you were not directing your attention toward those words. You were directing your attention to the numbers, which makes sense. But that we were attempting to communicate that. Do people feel that does the job, or it's still not clear?
I think that's fair enough.
I always skip right to the numbers, so I want to know the specifics, and I will forget sometimes to read that opening paragraph.
My guess is you won't be alone, Jamie. We'll have applicants doing the same thing.
I'm a good litmus test for what the average person will do.
I tried to reflect I'm trying to reflect the overall tenor of what I'm hearing, including Stephen's you may need to note this throughout. So I've added asterisks in hopes that it will cue us as staff to make sure that we, as we knit this up in the end, reflect wording that helps people understand these are not required, but they are priorities, areas of focus.
Yeah, that's good. We don't want to be here debating over wordsmithing the entire time anyway. We see so many bodies do that, but yeah.
Maybe we could just write, instead of especially, the following populations highly prioritize this service, and just leave it like that. Then maybe that would make it more clear. For all the times we used especially. We were trying to use less words. That was the idea, but.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and move us on in this process. Yep, go ahead.
Can I just, sorry, really quickly go back to, I think you were pausing me the last time, and Erica, you mentioned like systems navigation, which I would maybe apply to both 4.5 and 1, or not 4.5, 5 and number 1, right? I'm just trying to think about barriers to access, right? Obviously, financial assistance, education can support with barriers, but sometimes it's access and knowing how to access or navigate the system. So I'm curious if that's worth calling out or if that feels implied within what's here. Or I guess another question is if that's actually a need, because this might be based on assumptions.
I noticed that in the number 4, it says including system navigation for parents and caregivers of children with disabilities. So I'm just wondering if it's listed specifically for parents or caregivers with children and disabilities. Is it implied that system navigation is supported even if the child does not have any developmental delays or disabilities? I don't know if that would be clear, but it feels as though it would have to be specific to what number 4 is saying, if that makes sense.
Can I ask a clarifying? Would you, since I'm hearing it be reflected as wanting to be added to a couple of different priorities, how do you all feel about it being added as a feature? Because the features are things that are not required, but would help applicants understand across different types of services, things that are important to have as part of what they do? Or do you want it in specific?
I'm a little in between. I feel like if it's explicit in number 4, that we should just make it its own service. Like if we're going to say that it's available for parents or caregivers with children with disabilities, like if we're saying that's an important service that needs to be addressed, why would we not include it for all parents and children?
I think what came through in community engagement, if I'm remembering some of what I read, was that system navigation for families with children with disabilities was especially difficult, and that's why it got called out, that it was a high priority for them in particular. So I'm not saying it isn't a priority for others, but I think that's why it was written like that.
I think part of the reason for that is that, did you have your, I missed you. I was just going to say.
Karina. Yeah, Karina. Go
ahead,
Karina,
Karina.
go ahead.
I'm just so passive, I guess. So I would be open to just including system navigation from number 4 and adding it as a feature. The reason why is because if we end up making system navigation its own thing, right, and they only have to be, or like not only, but servicing one of the 5, and they choose I'm just going to do system navigating, right, and then negate other, I mean, I guess depending on the wording, I'm making a lot of assumptions here, but, right, whereas if the program feature is navigation as part of all of these, right, regardless of which one they decide to identify, then they can get that all-encompassing. So that's what I mean by maybe just taking out including system navigation from number 4 and moving it down to a feature, if that maybe makes a little bit more sense, because then we are looking at the encapsulation of, regardless of which one they are trying to work with or work for, then that feature will automatically be, well, not automatically, but worked to be included. Does that make sense? Okay.
We have about 2 more minutes left, so I'm going to go ahead on this program area. So I'm going to see if I can let's us through this consensus building process. Does anyone have any must-haves that they want to see added to this funding priority in order for them to feel like they could support it?
I think my must-have would be that wording of navigating systems to make it definitely like more of a feature than an isolated.
I'm going to clarify. anything that isn't already up here. So right now, we've added a system navigation as a program feature. So all of these edits, we're looking at what has been built through this conversation. So anything that you want to add or edit to here that is not already represented in this draft.
I endorse it.
I have a question. For something, is it up for discussion if there's something listed as a feature that maybe we want to bump up as a service? Okay, Katrina's head nods. It's telling me to keep going. I think culturally responsive staff share the cultural identity of families served. Just in my field of work, when we talk about the success of the whole student or how well a student is thriving, I think that culturally responsive staff and culturally specific curriculum or just cultural affinity spaces in all of these, across the student's educational journey. I think it's come up in a lot of times. I know that we've talked about like maybe there's limited access, but I mentioned in our group that if we list it as a service that is eligible for funding, it may encourage providers to continue to, do the work in that space of diversifying the educator space. I worry if it's not listed at the top that it's kind of I don't know if it lessens the necessity of that, if that makes sense, but I feel like if we include culturally responsive or culturally diverse staff, it just kind of encourages that this is, I don't know, I'm rambling now, but hopefully that makes sense.
I feel like I hear what you're saying. One thing that I would offer is that the way the application, I have a timer set for myself. The way the application has been written and the scoring criteria are written, applicants who have culturally responsive and specific staff and training will score higher. So that's just something to keep in mind. The other thing that we were thinking when we put it as a program feature is that we thought about the program features as like how the applicants are delivering the services and wanting them all to have cultural, like however those programs that are up above, wanting all of those to be delivered in a culturally responsive way, not just one of them.
This might be a little nitpicky, but for the sake of consistency, I see Asian or Southeast Asian, and I'm just curious how that was, like, why that was written that way. Back in the slides, I don't see Southeast Asian kind of isolated, so maybe the data set presents something that we don't see.
It was actually intentionally came out of this group two ways. When you all structured the community engagement process, there was intentionality around making sure that we engaged communities whose origin is Southeast Asia. And then in thinking about how we wrote about this, there was also feedback along the way to make sure that we continued to call that out. And so because our community engagement process did heavily try to involve communities from Southeast Asia, and we heard from them, we wanted to make sure we continued to lift that up here.
Definitely, thank you. Yeah, I see Vietnamese called out in other areas, which is helpful and specific. Again, nitpicky, I would, in this case, just say Asian if we're referring to Asian and Southeast Asian, because they're not mutually exclusive, but that's my perspective, also as a Southeast Asian person.
Lene, are you comfortable keeping culturally specific responsive staff as a program feature and not moving it to a program service?
I can live with it.
Okay. So I'm going to go ahead and do a consensus check right now. So if you support the funding priorities as they are, if I can get a thumbs up. If you can live with them, you don't love them, but you can live with them, thumbs to the side. And then if you oppose the funding priorities in their current draft, if you can do a thumbs down. Okay, so it looks like we have consensus on this set of funding priorities, so we're going to go ahead and move on to the next set. We'll go ahead and move on to foster care. Joel, do you mind presenting out for that small group?
Sure. All right. So this is on page 9 and 10 of your PDF packet regarding the funding priorities. So there was one CE question, and this was whether or not number 7 should be there's 8 funding priorities listed for foster care, and number 7 was added based on the qualitative and quantitative data that was in the data received with the CE. And the conversation amongst the 3 CC members and the PCL staff was that, yes, it should be there, and there was no suggested changes for number 7. Then we went on, so we had some various conversations on that, but that's all where we landed. In addition to that, on a similar note, when looking at all 8 in total, all the CC members recommended that all 8 remain as is and did not have any suggested changes. There was some sort of conversation about how to maybe possibly uplift those more than others, but I think in the end, everybody agreed to leave the 8 as is. And that was it.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and start with clarifying questions. So for folks who weren't in this small group, Jamie, I'll start with you. Do you have any clarifying questions about this funding priority?
If, I guess number 2 and number 5, let's see, you're scrolling. No, I think just looking at the difference between number 5 and number 7, as they seem really similar. But why? I guess, no, I don't know. I don't know how to phrase my question, but 5 and 7 seem very similar. I'm wondering how they're that different, or if they could be combined, but if they don't have to be, if we want to keep 8, it's fine.
Yeah, so this is what I would differentiate the two. Number 7 is about, let's say you have a nonprofit organization that's providing mental health services or similar services directly to that target population, LGBTQ2SI+. Number 5 has to do more with those youth that are in substitute care, i.e. foster care, and providing support services to them while they're in substitute care, in foster care.
Yeah.
It could be,
Yeah,
it's for
number 5 is the parents.
Yeah, for the foster parents, yep.
Whereas 7 is focused on the youth.
That said, though, it's someone who is a previous long-term child welfare worker. The majority of service providers are working with foster parents are also working with the youth in the home.
Is there a distinguishment between like receiving care or the like in the home versus outside of the home? Is that also maybe the difference? Like creating a welcoming home or ongoing care would be an in-home type of service, whereas 7 would be going outside of seeing a counselor or going for, okay.
Correct. But, and then, this is like, it's hard to speak in absolutes. So I would say when you're talking about social work, because there will definitely be some bleeding lines. So like, for example, there are definitely people, nonprofit organizations are providing services to youth outside of the home, invariably at some point have a home visit. And so that would, and then same thing when you have people working with, their primary services in the home, invariably at times, sometimes they meet out in the community to do like family events, and stuff like that. So, to your point, yes, the answer is yes, the short answer.
So kind of to go off, Jamie, just for clarification. So we have 5 and 7 listed as separate for foster parents and ongoing care, youth and mental health. But the 6 line item actually combines 5 and 7, but just doesn't specify LGBTQ to SIA+. I guess I'm just curious as to why 5 and 7 have their own line, but 6 of non-LGBTQ plus to SIA plus have only a singular.
So again, number 7 was added once the staff that wrote up this, and we also reviewed it before we were sending it on to the community council, was that this was highlighted in the data. It was not listed as a recommendation. When, as opposed to number 5 was listed as a recommendation, number 6 was listed as a recommendation, number 7 was not.
Thank you.
And hence, the reason why we were specifically asking the community members was number 7, should we keep that in there? Because it wasn't listed as a recommendation. Oops.
I wonder, I guess I feel kind of what Karina was talking about with number 6. Like, I see the difference. It does include foster families and birth parents to navigate multiple systems. So it feels redundant with 7, because it includes especially to access mental and behavioral health services. And the only thing that's not called out is the specific group, but is 7 inclusive of 6? Or do we, obviously you think that it is not, which is why it's its own, but I'm wondering, am I the only one sees that it is a part of 6, or?
I think the differences between some of these where a specific group is called out is because that particular group spoke so highly into the data of they have that particular need. And I think 6 is something, so 5 and 7 were things that were particularly called out by LGBTQ to SIA plus youth as this is really a thing for us. And 6 was called out by many different groups. So that's why those ones are written in those ways. So.
I guess I'm wondering if 6 is a general, could we add, especially for youth who identify as LGBTQ to SIA plus to 6, so that way it is inclusive of that specific group, or is this is one of the larger amount of services. So I'm just wondering if we condense them, does it take away? I don't feel like it would take away specifically for that group if we add emphasis on 6. You know what I mean?
Before you decide on that, can I add one more clarifying point? I think the difference between 6 and 7 is in part that one is around service navigation, trying to navigate resources and access them, and one is about providing services that directly support mental health, which I think are 2 different things, and often programs might focus on one or the other.
If I could just quickly add, I also see that 6 is about access, which is critical and first, and then 7 is about quality and improving the type of care that's responsive to, kids from that background.
I have another clarifying question. I think I'm only supposed to have one, so if I'm overstepping, let me know. There are some numbers are focused on racial identifiers, whereas there's others that are LGBTQ but not racially identified. There is data that we are using to determine which of these numbers, why we are choosing to call out race and ethnicity and why we're calling out LGBTQ identities for each specific one. Does that make sense?
Yes, that's correct, Jamie. We called them out where there was specifically a group that highly prioritized that particular thing.
Clarifying questions.
So when it comes to the clarifying, so would separating these into their individuals, whether it's race or LGBTQ or anything like that, does that create a specific versus broadening their services, really narrowing their services? Is that a potential outcome of this? And I guess that's my clarifying is like, if we really make it specific to LGBTQ or a person's race, does that create an opportunity for people to just narrow in those groups specifically, and then versus expanding their focus to include more racial or more races and then also the LGBT community as well?
I think I just want to, we started to get into a similar set of questions on the previous set of funding priorities, and just remind you that sort of the way that we tried to characterize this information was that any population that's called out here was because these groups, these communities highly prioritize the service that's listed. So we're just trying to lift up the voices of the people who said this particular type of thing matters to us, so that if we adopt these funding priorities, applicants know what types of things mattered to whom, according to our community engagement results. This is not saying that applicants can only serve these groups of people if they choose to apply to do this service. Does that help clarify?
Would it help to bring over the edits from the early childhood funding priorities that we made? Remember around the framing where it said the following populations highly prioritize these services, and put that sort of language every place where the especially language comes in instead to help clarify?
Yeah, I think if we even in the beginning parts of this, really making it be known that, like, hey, when we talk about a civic group of people, it is really just to highlight that this is a needs that we got from these groups of people, not to separate or just single out a group of people.
So let's go ahead and move to round two, edits and additions and any reactions, especially from folks who weren't in this group. And Jamie, I'll start with you since you're virtual.
I think once those changes are made, I'm fine with it. And yeah, I don't have anything else.
Council members in the room?
I would say, sorry, Karina, and I don't have to like die on this hill, but I feel like number 3, provide fun and safe activities for foster parents. I wonder if maybe like provide engaging and safe, or yeah, I don't know. I think fun is pretty broad, and is it the providers saying this is fun? Like, you know what I mean? Do the youth and the families, So I just wonder if it's like engaging, or is it community building? Is that in there? Is it in there? Okay. But I feel like that language maybe can be improved a little bit versus just fun. Like to increase, number 4 says support opportunities for connection that's for families. Yeah, like I like the way it says, like in number 4, support and opportunities. Maybe that doesn't read well either. Support and opportunities for connection. Yeah, maybe we need to rework that. But I like the way it's saying for connection. So maybe providing engaging and safe activities for foster parents, for foster youth with disabilities to do as a family, or provide additional social connections or community, just more specific as to what we hope these activities would be bringing the families together in, or the outcome we hope that these activities would bring.
For me, number 3, I thought it'd be good look into to add, like with the disabilities, like we were talking in the early childhood of including maybe developmental as well, or something like that. And then, for number 3, including how we discussed in early childhood, instead of just having disabilities, to include developmental delay, things like that. And then number 4, I wonder if including mental health in that process, support and opportunities for connection and or reunification between foster youth and birth families with or in addition to mental health services. The only reason why I bring that up is there have been situations where foster children have reached out to birth families and were immediately rejected, and then not having access to mental health. Just, I don't know, an idea.
So just for clarification, how do you see that different than 4 and 6?
No, I said to include it in 4.
Okay.
I read 6 as help to foster youth and their foster families and birth parents to navigate a system in terms of the adoption process. That's how I interpret it, the adoption process and whatnot. Whereas I see 4 as child has been adopted, they are seeking out their birth family, wants to build a connection with.
For number 4, would adding, so like, let's say we kept it as support and opportunities for connection and reunification between foster youth and birth families, especially for these populations, provide like mental health, or like provide mental health support or services for that process or something?
Yeah, or something like including but not limited to mental health services.
Just for clarity's sake, it's been my experience as a child welfare worker that if there is work being done between a child that's in foster care and birth families, that could be coined as keeping those families connected or being reunified, those kids are not are not being adopted. They're not in an adoption. They're in foster care. And I would say the same with number 6. It's about kids who are in foster care. There's always, again, back to my early point, there's always an exception to the rule. Reunification, yes, there are rare instances where an adoption has failed, and then those kids are then looked at being possibly reunified with a parent. But that is on, you're looking at a bell curve. That's on the high end of the exception. Most of the youth that are engaged in services that are could be, again, coined as connection related, reunification related, keeping in contact with those foster parents. The majority of those youth, 95% of those youth, are in foster care with a plan in place to have those kids ultimately return to their parents.
I would say even with that added information, it's more important to include the mental health, because there may be, like, a young person in care may have an idea about what they would like, and if something happens with their birth family and those situations aren't allowed, like, what is the responsibility of providers to help the student navigate those ups and downs of reunification? Because we all know it doesn't just happen with, oh yeah, okay, like, we know that doesn't traditionally happen. I would wonder for number 5, no, not 5, support. Yes, thank you. I wonder, like, navigating the systems feels clear enough, but we talked about, Jamie and I and the other group, about giving some examples, and I know it gets in the weeds sometimes if you give too many examples, but I'm just wondering if folks feel that 6, just by saying navigate multiple systems, is that sufficient, and leaving just access to mental and behavioral health services as an example, does that feel sufficient to folks, or does anybody grappling with expanding or making it a little bit more clear?
I think if we, again, it's like if we start labeling all the things, it's one of those, then again, we're pigeonholing ourselves. There might be specific systems that we don't even know yet. So without actually like full understanding of what systems that we want to include in this, I think it's better to just keep it broad so that people who may have a new system or maybe a system that we don't even think about won't feel like, again, excluded from that situation. One thing I would like to add is just for my mental health, can we put like support and create opportunities? Because that sentence don't make no sense.
I was really stuck on that too.
I know,
Thank
I'm
you. I was
like-
like, am I reading it wrong or what's happening? But
Thank you.
Yeah, no, thank you.
Anyone we haven't heard from yet who has any edits or additions that they would like to share?
So technically, I was a part of this group. However, I'm realizing, I think it's implied across all priority areas, and this is more for the features section, that culturally responsive supports are important. I think this one has a piece around identities reflecting the community, but that doesn't always lead to culturally responsive supports. So I might advocate for something that is more explicit, and it can be combined with as it was kind of done in the former section, or can be its own feature.
Is it in the features? Staff that reflect the racial, cultural, sexual, and gender identities of foster youth? Or are you saying something different than that, Stephen?
I think it's a feature, right? Because it's, any program can be designed to be culturally responsive, or should be designed. Mm-hmm.
While Meg's typing that up, I want to ask if anyone has any must-haves that they want to see added to this funding priority.
I think it must pass.
I know you already heard from me, but I'm back. When I think about, we were talking about the family reunification, I know that it often weighs heavy on youth that are in care that are hoping to reunify with their family, and they're often helping their parents navigate systems, not necessarily that are, like, ultimately it benefits the young person, but it's really like, I need to help my mom get a job. I need to help my mom get, like they're doing a lot of that work. And I wonder if there's any room in these 8, or maybe it's added as a feature, but I think there is something to say about a service provider providing help to the birth. Well, I guess that's in that one. I'm just wondering if there's a little bit more explicit language about how to help the families, but I'll think about it. I know it's up there.
Sorry. Help foster youth, foster families, and birth parents to navigate multiple systems, especially access to mental and behavioral health services. This was trying to address some of the comments you heard in the report about youth saying, I want to get my mom into addiction care. I want to be able to help my mom access health services that she needs so she can take care of me. It was those comments that was driving that. And multiple systems was meant, to Jacob's point, health, mental health, DHS, there's I don't know what kind of insurance I have. How do I figure that out? How do I know what provide, those kind of comments, that was what that was meant to address.
Yeah, I guess when I read it, there is an emphasis on foster youth, but maybe because it's first, it kind of rolls over there. But I see what you were trying to do to accomplish that.
And also this program area is foster care. Like all the kids served here are that group. So it may not be as called out.
Jacob, do you have any must-haves? Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move us to a consensus check. So can I get a thumbs up or thumbs up if you support this, thumbs to the side if you can live with it, and thumbs down if you oppose it. Okay, so it looks like we've reached consensus. So we're going to go ahead and move on to the next funding priority, which is after school. If I can have the staff from that group report out, please.
Sure thing. So we really discussed three main points with the after-school priorities. The first one was the question that we posed around the tension between what youth are reporting they want versus what parents are asking for around tutoring and academic support. And in the course of the conversation, we identified that while we know that youth maybe aren't super excited to participate in academic support and tutoring, the disparities still exist and the need is still very much there, and we wanted to leave that opportunity available for providers to think of creative ways to engage youth in those kinds of activities that can help address some of those disparities. We made a slight change to number 1 because we wanted to make sure it felt a little broader for other activities that weren't listed. One example was Jamie mentioned a culinary arts program that she knew that was very successful. So we just wanted to make sure that that felt like people reading that would interpret that as that there's more than arts and sports and STEM education, that there are other creative opportunities for engaging activities for youth. And then the third point, we added a little bit of language to number 2 around hard and soft skills to basically address things like goal setting and sort of longer term youth leadership development and youth development that was not necessarily focused directly on careers, but would relate to youth success and long-term development to enable them to be successful after school. Yeah.
Okay, so clarifying questions from folks who weren't in that group. Yeah, go ahead, Kamala.
How did you answer the question?
So basically around the tension between what youth want and, yeah, we basically thought, you know, the disparity is not going away, so we wanted to leave that opportunity, the program in there so that applicants could apply for it and define their own creative ways, right, to engage in that activity and to engage students. We didn't want to remove that and potentially sort of show that we are not supportive of efforts to address those disparities, because we are.
If I can add, one of the things we talked about in our group was just, you know, a lot of people are struggling with engaging young people, and so there comes a question of capacity. And so leaving it as a service provided, I think, is a very clear indicator that we understand that we need to make this investment, and it can really propel an organization to, you know, support their capacity to do the work where they didn't have that funding before. And knowing the disparities or the achievement gap is only growing for most of the populations that PCL is targeting, we thought that it was imperative to keep it on there.
Other clarifying questions? Okay, so let's go ahead and move on to reactions and edits.
For a consistency point, I think to Stephen's mention about Asian and South Asian, I think we should make that consistent there.
Should we also change the especially for language as we have in the other things talking about the, yeah, thank you.
Can I ask a clarifying question about this edit? So it is supposed to go in the place of especially for every time especially for is listed? Or are we trying to use this language to remind ourselves as staff that based on this entire conversation, we need to make more clear on these documents that these are not required populations, these are the folks who prioritize these things the most?
I feel like this is decent provisional wording, but we don't got to stay with it. I think we understand what the fundamental tension, and the fact that you all are confused about this is really good evidence that we need to do something to clarify it. So we got to think of a way to do that. I think it's hard to figure. I mean, that's one option. I don't think we have to limit ourselves to that.
So I know that it was brought up Asian, South Asian, Southeast Asian. I 100% could live with early education being boiled down to Asian. But here for after school funding, weirdly, I would kind of want or feel it more appropriate to have Asian and Southeast Asian. The only reason is that identity often in that cultural background can be very, very different. I know, just speaking on personal experience being Southeast Asian and Indonesian specifically, there is a huge kind of like hierarchy and dichotomy between the types of Asians in my high school and the resources that certain parents or certain families had access to. So I would consider keeping it separate. And then my next is, it says Spanish speaking, but is there a reason why it's not all encompassing for just non-native English?
We included that specifically because we got a lot of feedback from our Spanish-speaking population that was like their top priority. But we could include more, but we specifically called that out because on the surveys that we had, I think it was around 68% of Spanish-speaking families identified this as their top priority. And that wasn't necessarily the case for families that spoke other languages, but we may not have had enough sample size to be able to do like a one-to-one comparison either.
Okay.
So I think it's a judgment call for the group, yeah.
Okay, awesome. That was just my clarifying. Additionally, I think this just may be a me thing, is I see Spanish speaking, and I'm reading this as it's listed off. I would see Spanish speaking, Black speaking, Asian speaking, Southeast Asian speaking. So maybe some just clarification that that's not exactly what it means. And I'm not saying that everybody out in the world is gonna make that same assumption. And then last thing is number 5. So in number 1 it says provide activities for youth, including da 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 da, and then it says in number 5, but you don't tell us. You just say provide activities for youth, right? I know it's wordy, but to also, I guess, just clarifying for people, provide activities for youth with blah, 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 disabilities, including art, STEM, or some sort of wording, so that there is that clarification for people, so that I think it was back to what Lene said, you're like, okay, but like what is considered fun? What activities are you considering for youth with these? Yeah.
I wonder if it would make sense then, since we're adding that language, to go back up to 1 and say, activities encouraged activities specifically for youth with intellectual development, like, so kind of merging the two of them, because then it would feel like, well, it's general for number 1, and then we only have that word. I mean, not saying that number 5 shouldn't be its only thing. I think it's worth being included in number 1.
Or alternatively, we could just take the end sentence from 1 of such as, and then those things, and add it on to number 5. But I'm wondering if the population in number 5 is going to have different types of activities. But I think leaving it open-ended like that, such as, still leaves room for creativity for the providers.
But
then it's sort of saying this is a general population, and here is a more specific population with different needs that, but the activities are still the same. Categories of activities are still the same.
Regarding number 1, actually, there is somewhat of a possibly communication issue there that you could have when dealing with for example, autistic community that I'm a part of and work with, because they might view organ as sufficiently in their interest enough to like highlight the difference between disabilities and neurodivergence, and whether autism is a neurodivergence or disability, I don't have a stake in that. I don't frankly care. But that is just like a possible communication issue, so that we might just want to like edit that. Possibly to just refer to neurodiversity, because even like a mental disability or developmental delay is essentially neurodivergence, whether it's negative or positive. So that might just be more all-encompassing, shorter, and deal and like sidestep that entire issue. So.
One thing I wanted to kind of add into the number 3, would it just be easier to just say ESL or English as a second language versus listing Spanish-speaking, Black, Asian, South Asian, just anyone who their main language isn't English?
I don't think that applies to each group though, because I mean, to your point about being African American, unless like folks who are Nigerian and if they speak Igbo, right? Like they're not calling themselves Black. So I think it's being clear if we're talking about language or identity. And I think we're doing both in that statement. So it could be English as a second language or just taking that out and referring to Latino, Latine, or, but it seems like we're talking about race or ethnicity and then language ability.
I think it's more than like language ability. Like, is English their first language, and this is providing support in tutoring for people who English is not their first language. I think that's my understanding of number 3.
That's what we saw reflected in the data, was that folks who did not have English as their home language, especially were requesting this kind of support. So I think it would make sense to list it as English language learners in here to be all encompassing.
But I guess even if we're doing that, then I think there's still room to write Latino, Latine, because you know what I mean, right? The rest of it is race or ethnicity. So if we're only going to say English language learners and not call out Latino, Latine, I think it would feel like we're leaving them out.
I was just saying take away Black, Asian, South Asian, Spanish speaking, and just put in English language or English learning or English as a second language.
I think there's a challenge here that I actually caused with how I wrote this sentence, because what I meant to say was English language learners is one main group, and the other groups that came up as groups that were specifically needing this or asking for this were Black families, Asian families, and South. Not necessarily Black families that were English language learners, but just Black families in general. So I think if we just moved English language learners behind the racial identity, and then it would be less confusing.
Yeah,
So
and maybe it's just an and, like these ethnicities and English language learners.
Immigrant and refugee youth, English language learners, and youth with single parents, because those are all non.
And I think we want to put something around, like, especially for families of these backgrounds or follow Latino, AX, Black, Asian, South Asian families, as well as, because the way it reads right now is like provided especially for Black, Asian, South Asian, immigrant and refugee youth. So that sounds like it's like overlapping identities, but I think it's meant to list separate groups, right? So Black families, Asian families, or, Black.
On the surveys, people identify multiple ways, right? So you could identify as Latine, as an English language learner, as an immigrant and refugee. You could be all 3, or you could be only one. And we're not going to know.
Got it. My confusion was, I thought this was specifically for people who didn't speak English, and that's what the tutoring was mostly for. My bad.
Sure.
Not to confuse us even more, but so Brian was saying that the Spanish speaking was one that was like highlighted, right? Like it was very much there in the data. Would it be, because the language in here is meant to reflect what was found in the data, would it be wrong or inappropriate of us to say Spanish speaking and or ESOL individuals, so Spanish speaking and or English language learners of other backgrounds or other cultures? That way we are making sure we're staying on page with ensuring that what we found in the data is being highlighted, but also acknowledging that Spanish speaking or English language learners are not the only ones out there. Does that make sense?
I just looked up the data. That's why I was whipping out my glasses and everything to see if it reflected. And so Spanish came out in the quantitative data and the numbers is ranking it high, but also in the qualitative data, I think that's why we especially highlighted it. But they were not the only language group, the only ESL language group that ranked it very high. So I think putting it as English language learners encompasses, there were other groups in there that also ranked it high, but maybe weren't as reflected as much in the qualitative data.
Can we go back really quickly, sorry, to the South Asian piece? So this, this is something I can live with, so we can move on if it doesn't feel worthwhile. I do believe that South Asian is different from Southeast Asian, so we should get specific on which community we do mean. And back to what Brian was saying, I mean, if we're referencing groups based on the data that I see in the slides, there were no references to South Asian or Southeast Asian like desires here. There were numbers that showed, you know, in total number of Southeast Asian respondents, which I appreciate and I believe is important because of the differences in experiences between the varying groups within the Asian umbrella. But I do want to, you know, if we're going to include the different groups, make sure we get it right as well, whether we mean South Asian or Southeast Asian.
Did you pull that out of the, is that in the crosstab data?
I believe it was pulled out of the cross.
Okay. Like this is after school.
I mean, I still would, in this case, advocate for no South Asian or Southeast Asian unless there are data that actually present or present a case, because I just want to be consistent with how we are bringing in groups. Yeah.
I have a proposal to address this issue. So it might take staff a little bit of time because it sounds like this might have come from some of the additional data that staff received from our consultant team about this. Do you feel comfortable kind of leaving that as like a little asterisk and staff can insert the appropriate groups based on what the crosstabs and what staff find in the data to kind of represent, to address the issue that you're raising?
Yeah, completely.
Okay.
One quick last proposal for staff to consider. If there's, you know, referring to geographical terms in Asian can, you know, be troublesome, perhaps we could refer to the language groups that language families are part of. That is purely a language nerd solution there, but it might actually be useful. So just something to maybe consider. That's all.
I'm going to move us on to must-haves. Okay, so must-haves in order to support this funding proposal or funding priorities. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and move us to a consensus check then. So can I get a thumbs up if you support it, a thumbs to the side if you can live with it, and a thumbs down if you oppose it? As it is now. With the edits. With the edits and the asterisks. The asterisks are to say that what I heard from Stephen was that it was important that we consistently pull out the subgroups that got referenced in the data and represent those in the language here. And because it takes a while for us to go through all the crosstabs for, that's just an asterisk to say staff will appropriately substitute in the language based on what the data says. Okay. Okay. So for you, it is a must-have to have.
For this one specific.
To have South Asian and Southeast Asian. Does anyone oppose that edit?
Can I ask why this one specifically versus, because I'd be for including Southeast Asian everywhere, but I would ask for consistency then, because if it's inconsistent, then it can be confusing as to why it, you know, would just be in one portion.
Yeah, no, that's definitely a fair thing. I just historically, not just from my experience, but experiences from others and my community, access to certain services, particularly academic services, are severely missed with a Southeast Asian population. It wasn't up until a couple years ago that Southeast Asia was even an option for race and ethnicity on surveys and whatnot. And so as many times Southeast Asians are either having to put Pacific Islander, which is not because Southeast Asia is in the Indian Ocean, to start there, and then be forced to put Asian when many, I'm going to say me because I am Indonesian, a majority of us don't feel as though we qualify or count as being part of that Asian community. So I understand linguistically the consistency, but I do also think because this is an aftercare kind of programming, just demographically, Southeast Asians are often left out of a conversation that is primarily dominated by Chinese, Japanese, Korean, even Mongolian demographics. So yeah, that's kind of my reasoning, but I can also totally see where you're coming from.
No, I really appreciate that. Thank you for sharing. And yeah, I'm totally fine as is. I can live with it.
Okay, so let's do one more round of consensus check. Can I see where folks stand on this proposal? Okay, thank you all. We've reached consensus on this proposal. We're going to go into small group work, and then we will take a break. So 20 more minutes. We're going to go into hunger relief. That'll be Meg and me. Jacob, Kathy, and Jamie will be over at that far table. Child abuse prevention and intervention will be Joel and Brian. You'll be at the center table right here. That'll be Kamala, Dean, and Lene. And then mentoring will be Erica and Lisa, Stephen, and Karina at this table right here. invite folks, if you need to be getting up and moving your body and getting water and going to the bathroom and eating, just feel free to move your body in the ways that you need to and step in and out of the mic as you need to, okay? So all that's cool. So we're gonna go ahead and start with CAPI, Child Abuse Prevention and Intervention. So Joel, you wanna go ahead and present for your small group?
Yep. Thank you. There are 6 funding priorities in the child abuse intervention drafting priority area. And the question, so here's the question. There was a recommendation in the CE results asking for there be a focus on mental health services. When you look at funding priority 2 through 6, in one way or another, they appear to directly or indirectly address mental health services. And the conversation, the question to the community council members was, do you feel like those 5 funding priorities, 5 out of the 6, speak to mental health services one way or another? And the answer was yes. So there was no discussion about, there was no desire expressed to add something regarding mental health service explicitly. Then we went on to look at other possible improvements on the funding priorities, and the 2 that we landed on was adding specifically calling out developmental delays or concerns about developmental delays, neurodivergence when talking about disabilities in funding priority number 3. And then spending a significant amount of time in conversation about substance abuse and how this is prevalent for youth and families in a variety of different ways, and adding to the list of ways that could be done, and the way the support and resources offered to teen parents. And there's a variety of different ways that can be done, and adding to that list access to substance abuse intervention and supports.
Any clarifying questions for folks who weren't in this small group? And Jamie, I'll start with you.
I do not have any more clarifying questions.
Awesome. Anyone in the room have any clarifying questions? Okay.
So
Even are you
sure,
wanting to jump in there?
Oh wait, do we want to move on? We can move on.
We can move on to reactions and edits.
I do have a clarifying question. So one of the things we struggled with was getting families help with utility payments, or that there just weren't any options. They were like dead ends. Can a funder apply to be a resource to distribute funding for utility payments, or is it just a connection to a resource? Does that make sense?
I want to just clarify, Jamie, are you asking whether or not a provider could ask for Levy dollars to specifically pay for, just as their only service, pay for utility assistance?
Essentially, like if we're gonna, I mean, who could apply for number 1 if they were to connect families to utility payments, resources to utility payments? Could they themselves be the resource?
As I read number 1, if you're a provider who's going to apply to do number 1, you've got to do more than just utility payments.
Okay.
And then to answer to clarify, I think otherwise, I think it is reasonable to think that a provider could apply to do more than one of these things, including number one, and assist people with utility payments, either by connecting them to a resource or offering client assistance as part of their grant budget to pay utilities for families.
Stephen, did you have a clarifying question earlier?
Yeah, on number one, focusing, I'm kind of, zeroing in on the families experiencing houselessness. Obviously, connecting families to these resources are important, and I'm wondering if there was any data that presented a need for connecting these families to like stable shelter and housing. Right? I would imagine that that is one of their core needs, even before utility payments, if they, aren't, if they don't have access to stable housing.
Yeah, when I read number one, I think connect families to resources like, so it could be resources to address their housing instability.
Sure, makes sense. Thanks.
Including things like rental assistance.
So I'm just going to go ahead and move us on to reactions and edits, especially from folks who weren't in this small group.
I see this as an absolute win.
No, this isn't a spoke too soon. I want to, because I'm pretty sure this is covered in the early childhood one. So I just wanted to see if there is that through line that I'm thinking is happening. So for number 6, offer support and resources to teen parents, including all of this wonderful good stuff. What about... So I guess my question is, would access to childcare for this teen mom exist under this, or would this be tied to? That's my only question. And if it's a yes, great, awesome, let's move on.
Teen parents can access the childcare through early childhood. Yeah, childcare. If you need childcare affordability and it's covered there, it'll be covered for whoever needs it. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, yep,
I
go
endorse that motion.
But is, on the paper, it's listed 1 through 6, so is there just a typo as to why there's not 6 listed, or are we?
Somebody who had this open on OneDrive, which is a cloud-based platform we're all using, made some kind of edit here.
Okay.
And when I opened it up, that's how it looked. So
I think number 4 can be separated. There's a support after the parentheses.
Yeah, there,
I see.
there it
Thank
is,
you,
there
Stephen.
it is.
I couldn't figure it out either. Okay.
Yeah, there we go. Problem solved. Sometimes it takes a village.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay, any must-haves?
I'm just curious, as I look at this holistically, there aren't as many call-outs to specific sub-communities that I'm noticing. I mean, I think there are some.
Yeah, I'll take that. And the reason why, so if you were to look at slide 102, basically all groups pressed the importance of all of them. So like, for example, for unhandled stress, which one is handle stress? Number 3? Yeah, number 3. And 6. 90% of African Americans, 100% of Middle Eastern, North American, Asian, 92% Hispanic, 92% white people, 80% Native Hawaiian people, 72%. So to make the census shorter and not be repetitive, it was intentional not to have that called out for every single funding priority for this area.
I had a question earlier, but I kind of kept it to the chest. But when you guys were going back and forth about Southeast Asian and South Asian, this is a personal thing, but I heard you say the data and you referenced African American. Is there a reason why in some of this we're saying Black and not African American, or?
Well, let me clarify. It actually says Black in the CE slides, not African American. That was me saying African American.
Okay. Well, what are your thoughts on the two different?
I used in wording on one of these, at least one that I worked on, I was intentional to say both. The way that the question was answered in the survey was worded both, Black/African American, I believe, or maybe it was the other way around. And then in parentheses was a list of other identities that were defined in that category on the survey. And so it includes people who identify as having a country in Africa as their country of origin. It includes people who are African American. And because we didn't ask people like a fill-in-the-blank way to respond to that, we have no way of necessarily disaggregating which people are all together in that category of which sort of country of origin or identity. That is true in the category for Asian, however, as well. We also had people who specified language groups, so like we do know how many Somali speakers responded. We have some other African groups, African language groups that responded as well, so we have sort of numbers of those. We have numbers of different Asian language groups that responded. So we don't have all of the data disaggregated in terms of their responses by all of those smaller groups, because some of them were like 4 or 7, but we have total numbers of people who spoke different languages. So we kind of have an understanding of within the racial groups what some of the breakdown or disaggregation looks like, but not as comprehensively.
Well, I would just say all of the other countries in reference are actual countries. Like there is no Black land. So I feel like when you say African American / Black, that's the proper term to say that. But I would caution us to say, if we're going to say African and African American, but I would personally, I'm leaning against Black because I'm African from LA. Like there's no Black land, you know what I mean? So I just feel like it, in not wanting to perpetuate these things, because Black also isn't correlated with the language. So I feel like if it's African American who speak, another language or a non-English language, but I would just wonder if there could be consistency to have African American / Black or just African American, but Black doesn't feel like it's sufficient.
I just wanted to clarify that the reason why we use these identities is there's a way that the state has been aggregating racial, ethnic identities. And so we were trying to be kind of consistent with how they have been doing, tracking racial identity and gender and all of these different identities. And so that is a problem in it, that there's like a North African category, and then there's Black, which includes some specific cultural communities within the continent of Africa that are not the North African ones. And that has to do with how those communities, it's more of a political thing. But anyway, we were trying to be consistent with the state's data, and that's why. And it does pose, when we were looking at it, like Meg and I looked at the paper surveys from the Somali community, and they were like all marked as Black because of the way it was worded. And so it makes it a little bit challenging to parse it out.
I want to reflect back, Lene, I hear your wording consideration, and we will.
I just think that even the state has an African American / Black student success plan. So I just think either have both or African American and African, but I don't think it should ever just be Black without African American also.
In the community engagement data, it does say Black and African American, and yeah, and I would agree with including both together.
Any must-haves on the CAPI funding priorities draft? Okay, so we'll go ahead and do let's do a consensus check. So thumbs up if you support, thumbs to the side if you don't love it but can live with it, and thumbs down if you don't support. Okay, I am seeing thumbs up from everyone, so we've reached consensus on CAPI. Let's go ahead and move on to hunger relief.
In this program area, the group was posed a question about one of the survey options that was prioritized by about a third of the survey respondents, but that didn't make it into the recommendations from our consultants, and that was around having access to food grown and sold by people of the same culture as the family. So our small group added it as a feature across the different types of services. They also added 2 other features, focused outreach to mothers for prenatal, postnatal nutrition support, nutrition education, and resources such as diapers, formula, and other home hygiene needs. And then another feature, digital outreach and education methods for nutrition education, such as social media and virtual methods. So keeping in mind, features are the things that could occur in all types of different services in this area. And then for the services in this area, the main changes here were that they moved up one that was listed as number 4 in the paper version that you all had to number 2, so that the 2 different services that are about food pantries are next to each other, one that's about community locations and one that's about schools. And then there was an edit in the one that's around free groceries and meals delivered to reference ready-to-eat meals as opposed to cooked meals. And then there was a people first language edit in the number 5 there around ensuring that we're referring to families with low incomes as families earning low incomes.
So any clarifying questions for folks who weren't in this group?
I don't know if this is a clarifying question or even a question that can be answered, but how do we know if the school is predominantly Vietnamese or Latino, Latina, Latinx?
I want to just remind us that the especially for language listed here is lifting up the specific community or population from our survey data that prioritize this thing. It doesn't mean that the provider needs to only serve those groups.
Oh, no, 100%.
Okay.
Yeah, I get that. I'm just saying that if they are highlighting those who identify as Vietnamese, Latino, all those communities, and the schools that they are participating or partnering with have 2 Vietnamese students, I think that's kind of where my question is, and again, that's not a question that can probably even be answered because that's more of an execution question. But if we're saying food pantries at schools, highlighting families who identify or focusing on families that identify as Vietnamese or Latinx, yeah, I guess I don't. How can that be highlighted if they maybe don't know the demographic of the school is what I think I'm getting at.
Yeah, are you asking, is your question about do schools have racial and demographic information about their students that's accessible to providers?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
Yes.
Oh, no, I know that they do, but I'm just saying that, will that be taken into consideration if they are highlighting number 2, I guess, is.
If they have to provide in the application, the way that it was structured based on feedback from you all and our past experience, providers have to indicate sort of who they intend to serve. So if they have communicated with the school district to find out which schools have enrollment of children who identify as Vietnamese and Latino, then yes, they should be able to, in their application, indicate these schools, these populations.
Yeah, no, great. That was just my question. I was like, how is that going to be measured? But that's fine. Yeah, great.
Other clarifying questions?
It's not a clarifying question. It's reaction and edit, so I'll hold.
Well, let's go ahead and move over to reactions and edits for round 2.
I'll let other people go first. Great, love this. Okay. This is, I guess, a little bit all-encompassing, I think, for 3 and maybe 4. If we're going to, because I mean, we have the one prior was regarding houselessness and access to certain basic needs services. Is there space to include something like access to a community kitchen if they are in a space or living in an area where they don't have access to a microwave or access to a stove or anything, or even access to a pot with some water to boil? Is there room somewhere in 3 or 4 to maybe, I don't know, see how that could be worked in?
I would say if we're gonna go that route, then it would be a feature versus a function. I don't know. Is that the right word for it, or a service? So because, like, again, it's to fund an entire like community kitchen. Well, I guess that could be a thing, but I think just having that as a function could be a benefit more than that.
I think so too. It's come up, you know, when you provide families with like canned goods and then they don't have can openers, or like you're saying their utilities are not on and they can't take it home. So I wonder if in the feature there is, like, in addition to resources, I guess, yeah, like, are there programs that donate or give appliances, used appliances, or is there a space to add on to what you're saying, Karina, about providing like the appliances in order to cook at home or wherever home is?
Any other edits or reactions?
I'm just kind of trying to play this out. I was looking at the program features, and C almost reads like a service to me. And I think it doesn't matter as much unless, however, say someone's program is just about access and awareness, would they qualify given the services that are in the service section? Does that make sense? Like, you know, if they're not focused on food pantries, but they're focused on access and awareness of financial assistance programs, is that in and of itself or by itself a service that should be funded?
Can I bounce off of that really quickly? Stephen makes a really good point, because if we even look at, which one is it? Oh my gosh, I can't even remember. We have like early childhood, offer financial assistance. We have connect families to resources, connect parent caregivers to other resources. We have a lot of that stuff in the actual numbering. But then here it is a feature. So I'm kind of, yeah, I can see where Stephen is getting that.
Jacob, are you wanting to jump in there?
Yeah, I think the reason why it's as a feature versus a service is because I think a lot of again, this is from the information that we got from the survey, and a lot of the survey was they need food over money. And to add as a feature is just saying, hey, you can give food and you can give money, and that's an option. I think, again, when we think about features, we got to think of it as a add value to your service. How can you add more value to the service? How can we create creative ways to add value to services? Because sometimes you have to, say, hey, we're going to give you this service, and your incentive to come and use the service is a gift card for Fred Meyer's. That could be the thing. But I think it's just, again, features are just value added things. That's just my understanding.
Okay, I'll move us on to must-haves. Any must-haves?
Number G. Letter G.
And you're good with where it is, Karina? Okay, so I think I'm going to go ahead and move us to a consensus check. So thumbs up if you support, thumbs to the side if you can live with it but don't love it, and thumbs down if you block it. Okay, so it looks like we've reached consensus on hunger relief. We'll go ahead and move to mentoring. Last program area.
Okay, so we started with a question, which was, we had two survey answers that tied as high priorities with 43% among adults, but the youth 18 and under ranked those areas very low, but they were ranked high in certain cultural communities that were marginalized. And they were not recommended by the consultant team. So we discussed if either of these should be added to the services, if they should be to be eligible. And what we discussed and decided was to add, so now you can scroll up to the numbers. We added number 5, which was help youth develop leadership skills. And when we looked at the data, most groups were pretty even about it, but the Native American, Alaskan Native respondents scored this very high, 24 points higher than all the other groups. And so we decided to specifically call them out for that one and to prioritize that group. We did not end up adding prevent youth from joining gangs because we felt that many of these other service areas will accomplish that same thing, and were more, that the language around preventing youth from joining gangs was more deficit-based, whereas the youth seemed to be responding more to some of these, like the positive language in the other areas. So that was what we spent the majority of our time on. And then in number 2, support youth ages 14 to 24 to prepare and plan for college. It was college and career originally. We just wanted to be clear about what was meant with the career part, that could be like a workforce development or an employment thing. And so we just changed the wording around that. And then also in number 3, added the terms and mental health resources to that because it kind of seemed like we're getting to that. So those were the edits for mentoring.
Any clarifying questions for this group?
I think it's interesting that you guys didn't include the thing about gang violence. I guess wonder if you can say more about that discussion.
I'll let the rest of the group chime in, but the thought was a couple of things. Youth ranked it very low themselves at like 17%. So we were concerned about participation in it, and the thoughts were, if you have services that are increasing social connections and reducing isolation, that are providing college and career opportunities, that are providing access to support and mental health, and helping to youth to heal from different things, affirming their various identities, that those youth would in fact be prevented from joining gangs. Like those are services that would accomplish the same thing, but by like building positive supports. Karina or Stephen want to chime?
I don't know if I would add that much to that. I think it just kind of gave us a weird feeling, and we liked focusing on the positive and asset-based approach to it. I don't know. Yeah.
Also, yeah, I am still in. If you scroll down to the features, like that also gets to a lot of those same things that they were asking for. So like specifically says strength-based and empowering approaches, reflection of cultural identity, consistent, long-term. So having consistent mentors that are engaged with the youth over multiple years. So if you had some combination of these plus the others, it would accomplish that. So that was.
Any other clarifying questions? Okay, let's go ahead and move on to reactions and edits.
This might be redundant, but just having a naming convention around disabilities, and just, I know the staff are going to take another pass at this, but consistency around that language.
I'm going to go back to the gang involvement. I hear you and hear you all and understand trying to frame it in an asset-based approach, but I do think there is a missing piece. If you think about mentorship, there are youth who are heavily involved, maybe not heavily involved, and are dealing with sometimes familial connections into the life, and having a mentor who has the similar background or understands what it is that they're actually facing is a little bit more specific than something like a professional mentor. I know that there's a lot of work happening in the community, or specifically Portland, about gun violence and trying to decrease instances of violence. So, for example, if someone gets shot, there are community workers that go into the hospital to try to mitigate the issues, providing mental health support and trauma responsive care for the families. But those are people who are trained in understanding what the specifics of gang violence is like, and understanding what young people are going back to their communities and experiencing. And I feel like, yes, all of the things could be helpful in preventing, but I'm wondering if we're not naming it and we're not doing specific work around gang reduction and prevention. People could say, oh, we are doing that service, but yet then they still have young people who are dying of gun violence because they're in gangs, right? So I'm just wondering if we can name that specifically, but I think it's kind of hard to assume that a young person would say it's a problem. They never think that it's a problem historically, you know? Like, so I just think the data show, the statistics show we have still instances of violence and gang-related violence and gun violence, and I just wonder if we're not funding work specifically to address that or calling that out, are we doing a disservice to programs who are trying to do that work?
Can I ask you a follow-up clarifying question? So I hear you about needing the language around gang violence prevention, our thought was around the youth who have already been exposed or engaged in violence, so not the prevention, the after involvement with violence, that would be covered in number 3. Do you, like, these are youth who have already been exposed to trauma, grief, violence, and that they would have mentors who are matched various ways to support them and provide mentoring services and mental health for that. So do you feel like number 3 covers the after involvement piece? I hear we still have to go back to the...
Yes and no. Like, I would still say that maybe enhancing number 3 by including the language of gang prevention or reduction. Because I think retaliation is the biggest thing. Even if a young person is not involved and then they had violence inflicted on them by someone who is involved, my response may be, now I need to get involved. Like, you know what I mean? So it's a perpetuated cycle. And I just think using the language of gang prevention and reduction brings a difference of providers that are doing that work that is a specific niche of mentorship. I think Meg added including gang prevention and reduction. I just think the language in there should be clear. I agree with you in saying that all of those things for after violence, but I think of gang violence separate from domestic, community, you know, just, that sounds terrible, but like traditional violence, right? Like, you can have an experience with violence and never experience gang violence. You can have an experience with gang violence and never experience any other kind of violence. And I think if we're naming it, it helps people identify and see, oh, this is clearly for me because this is what I'm doing.
Lene, is that edit to number 3 sufficient to address the concerns you had?
Let me read through it and then I'll...
Okay.
I like how it's written.
I don't know if this would make sense, but we could also consider putting it as a program feature, because I think any one of these mentorship programs or services could specifically target gang violence and prevention or reduction.
Yeah, I second that. I think adding, I would keep what you already have, but add it as a added feature of creating supportive programming against gang violence and reduction of gang violence, or prevention and reduction of gang participation, gang-related, whatever.
I completely agree with keeping that wording up above, but then including a program feature. Especially, we could have it maybe focused around like cultural responsive or trauma-informed mentoring for youth tied to, currently involved with, or attempting to leave gang-related or something like that. I do think, though, trauma-informed does have to play a role into that. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong, or provide additional feedback. Because I think just going in culturally responsive arguably might not be enough in terms of skillship to handle that demographic specifically, right? I'm culturally, responsive in my education, but if somebody was like, oh, you're culturally inclusive and responsive, I bet you're trauma informed, right? Not the same thing.
In terms of features, I added something there, and I'm not sure it's reflecting as well as I would like it to what you all are saying. So please chime in with more edits or improvements.
Could we add culturally responsive? Just specifically because up above there are specific groups that were highlighted. But it looks, with that included, I think that looks great.
Okay.
Kind of along the same lines, but outside of specifically gang involvement, something that I was struggling with in this area particularly is like, do we want to address the school to prison pipeline as well? And students who are, systemically put into that system and on a path outside of the K-12 system. I was hesitant before because it again feels deficit based, but I wonder if there's importance in calling it out, and obviously in terms of funding interventions there.
For context, Steve, a clarifying question for you. So would that be different than just supporting education in general, or would it be different than just providing them like mentor and peer supports and stuff like that? Because a lot of the stuff that causes gang violence also tends to be stuff that leads people to, commit crimes and go to prison. So that sort of partially addresses it, but I'm curious if you have like a more specific and narrow definition. I'm not opposed to the adding of it for the record.
And I'm not necessarily an expert here, so anyone jump in if you...
Neither am I, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, no, but I think you bring up a good question. Obviously, the school systems have a big part to play in the school to prison pipeline, and we've said in the beginning that we can't do anything about like what's in schools with this levy. And when it comes to mentorship, I think we know that that is an important intervention to support youth who are navigating the disciplinary systems within schools that often leads them to alternative education and then, other paths that often head down to, unfortunately, committing crimes and being placed into prison. So I know that wasn't necessarily something that came about in the community engagement, but it, I don't know, feels tangential or adjacent and connected.
While it is adjacent, now having heard your reasoning and having the ability to think about that for a brief moment, that does make sense. But if people are not pointing out as an issue right now, that could be something that could be addressed in a future round of funding, perhaps, because we can't fund everything, right? And it's going to take a long time to end the school to prison pipeline. So, and that's something that we need to really we need to address that. But I think what the children's levy can do is more limited. So, personally, from my point of perspective right now, it might be more something to tackle at a school level or education level. But I don't have any because I'm not an expert on this. I don't see anything the children's levy could do beyond the other services that we're discussing. So.
Jacob, are you wanting to chime in?
Yeah. So I think if we're worried about the future of kids and making sure that they're going down the I wouldn't say the straight and narrow, but a more positive outcome of what is happening currently right now, then it needs to be really focused on the mentor, which I think that is a number 7. I think that's what or 5 that you added in there. The help youth development leadership skills, and really focusing on maybe adding in terminology like a roadmap to, I don't know, a better roadmap. Oh, man, that's a hard word to go with. I guess a roadmap, and change it, but roadmap to success and not imprisonment. You can address that. It is something that will bring people to awareness, and kind of like what you said, it may give us more data in the future if we put it in people's ear and plant that seed. And then when we come by getting more information next year from the grantees that go really focus on those things, then we can be like, okay, so in this process we learned that gang violence was reduced, but also the idea of giving kids a roadmap out of prison or a better life, that was a really big focus. So, but I like that.
I just want to add that the response to the school to prison pipeline is giving youth alternative activities to engage in. So I think everything that's listed on there is directly trying to mitigate the school to prison pipeline. And it's definitely a school to student thing. Like no student is like, I am on the path to prison. Like no one's doing that. So I personally don't feel that it is appropriate to kind of to stay in that area here. I think we're combating that by funding these programs, and we can assume that if youth ages 14 to 24 are preparing and planning for employment and college, that naturally they are going to have a more positive outcome. But if we're not funding these programs or these programs don't exist, then it's more likely that students are not going to have a successful outcome. So I don't know.
I guess I'll turn a little bit to history. That was honestly one of the reasons for the children's levy writ large. That was like, there was the Anti-Crime Commission was part of the group that passed this, the children's levy initially, which was the harder sell, specifically around early childhood and other, youth supportive programs that would, those kinds of investments interrupting the pipeline to prison, particularly for marginalized populations. So that, I mean, you're right, but that's definitely the.
Yeah.
Any other edits or additions to these funding priorities?
Katrina, before you move on, I don't want to harp on number 3, but it changes the cultural groups. There is one thing to address, so when we add gain prevention, some of the groups that highly prioritize gain prevention are not listed, and then I feel like adding them kind of puts everybody on there, so I didn't know. The ones that are not listed is the Latinx community ranked gain prevention very high, as did Somali. The others, it was Somali, Latinx, and Nepali. I guess Nepali is not on there either. So now it's a bunch of groups. So I just wondered, like, if we want to keep it the way it's worded, or if what people wanted to do about that part.
In child abuse prevention intervention, when all the groups prioritize something, we didn't mention any specific group because it came up for a lot. So I guess my proposal to the group to consider is taking the listing of the groups out, because it's a substantial service that only people who really want to be working on that are going to apply to do.
Maybe instead of listing all of them, I think we talked about certain demographics prioritize this. Like, is there room to have that language with Latinx, Somali, and Nepali to say, I don't know the language that we used earlier, but it was like some of these groups particularly uplifted. It was something, but I'm wondering if we take all the others out to insinuate all with emphasis on these folks who asked for it versus not listing anyone. Does that make sense?
I think part of what I'm hearing from Erica is that those other groups that we would take out were prioritizing the other items that were listed in that service. I mean, we could also split them out. We could have offer identity, like have the original number 3 and then have a number 4 that's offer activities to interrupt and reduce gang, something about gang, like interrupting gang involvement, and then call out the specific populations.
I know it was the only one that was like really pushing that, but I would wonder if those percentages from those specific groups are high enough to warrant its own thing for those groups, like with emphasis on these groups. Because I mean, 80%, 60-50, that's a large percentage, even if it is just from 1 to 3 groups. But I mean, I feel like I'm biased because I'm the one who said I wanted it in there in the first place. So I would support separating it and making it its own and making clear of the distinction of the groups that highly recommended it or highly requested it, and then leave 3 as it was before to keep the integrity of the initial statement.
Lene, would you be comfortable with us kind of putting a placeholder here where we would say, okay, we're going to put in another program service area and service and put something in there about gang prevention and reduction with the groups and kind of leave staff room to wordsmith it after this meeting?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay. Does anyone have any? Yes, Stephen, jump in.
So I was hesitating on this because it could throw a wrench in a lot of, like, the entire document in some ways. So I know, I apologize. So this is something I'll say that I can live with, so we can ignore it. However, the way the data were gathered as it relates to Vietnamese-speaking folks, Somali-speaking folks, Nepali-speaking folks, was their preferred first language. So I am a Vietnamese American, but my preferred language is English. But the way we're using it here is referring to Vietnamese populations, which, again, is okay. However, it makes me wonder about other ethnicities that were not probed as much, right? I think because of the sample that was collected, there is a number of or Vietnamese folks, or actually we don't even know if they're Vietnamese because they could be Chinese folks who speak Vietnamese, right?
Well, they completed the survey in Vietnamese.
Right, but so that's their preferred language.
Yeah.
But that's not necessarily their ethnicity, right? Because there are Chinese folks who come from Vietnam and speak Vietnamese. So I just want to point out that usage, and I think we want to be careful about naming that as like a preference of those groups because it, one, again, I think uses that data in a slightly different way than it was collected, and two, it makes me again wonder about other ethnicities that were not represented in the data collection.
So maybe in future situations, we need to be a little more specific because now it really is becoming like a consistent issue of either not enough information about the people that we are getting information from, or it's just not enough information, or not enough range of information for us to be able to. And plus, there's all these like asterisks underneath every title. So maybe it would be best next time. I don't think we can change it now. We're already in here, but I think it's something we need to accept in our hearts that we tried.
Yes. I want to add, so if you have specific things about that, you can also email me because I'm creating a lessons learned document. But I want to remind you that we collected data not only through Camille's team, but also we had the community engagement liaisons who were doing culturally matched outreach within their own communities. And so I don't know if that changes the critique, but I just want to remind you that that was another way that we gathered the data.
Okay, I'm gonna, if it's okay, because it's 4:50, and we do have a couple more items to get through. I'm gonna try and see if we're ready for consensus on this, actually. Could we just go ahead and do a consensus check on the mentoring funding priorities? Okay, so it looks like we've reached consensus here. So I'm gonna go ahead and move us to voting now. Actually, so we're gonna go ahead and pivot our brains a little bit. Give us a moment. I am going to share my screen. Okay, voting. So The vote that we are about to do is where you all will be recommending funding priorities to the allocation committee for consideration and adoption. We will vote on all funding priorities because we have reached consensus on all funding priorities. And then we're going to use Poll EV to vote, and so that's going to come up in a moment, and you're going to use a link. You can use your smartphone, you can use a tablet, you can use anything that's connected to the internet to vote, and if you don't have any of those things, staff also has their devices that you can use. You're going to have 3 ways that you can vote on each funding priority. Yes is like the thumbs up, you're supporting it, and it counts towards consensus, and you recommend the funding priority going to the allocation committee. Abstain is like a thumbs to the side. You don't love it, but you aren't blocking it, and it also counts towards consensus. And then no is the equivalent of a thumbs down. It blocks consensus, and you are not recommending the funding priority to the allocation committee. Does anyone have any questions before we start the vote? Okay, so I'm going to stop sharing. Stop share. And then we're going to go to different share. And we're going to go to, here we are. And share this one. And then, can I see? We're getting there. Give me just one moment. Okay. So you can go to that link at the top of the page. pollev.com/PDXKidsLevy433, and you can vote there.
Is that QR code good too?
Yes, it is. It should be.
I need glasses, but I won't look like a young anime character. So I'll never wear glasses.
Do you need help, Ian? Do you need to?
Oh, no, I can.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Okay, so let's go ahead and go through the results. Early childhood funding priorities have passed 100%. Foster care as well. After school, hunger relief, child abuse prevention and intervention, mentoring, 6 yeses, 1 abstain, and that's it. Okay, so all funding priorities are recommended to the allocation committee. And then Meg is going to go ahead and close us out.
You're sharing, right?
Yeah.
Well, thanks again, everyone. Today, we take forward to the allocation committee for their consideration on June 24th. In addition to hearing the funding priority recommendations from this group, they will hear the timeline and key dates for the funding process. They'll have a chance to weigh in on any final thoughts on the application scoring criteria and review process. That will be a full meeting for that group. We would love any of you who are willing and interested to present, help present what came out of this group today. So Katrina will follow up with this group afterwards to see if anyone wants to volunteer to join us. everything that you all accomplished over the last year and a half puts us as a staff in a position to launch this funding process in the fall, which is really exciting. And so thank you again for all of your work. But your work isn't done yet. It gets more and more exciting. When you meet this fall, the next thing that you'll start to dive into is the process around the role that you will have to provide input to the actual grants that get funded. So we as a staff, after the reviewers score all the applications, have come up in the past with funding recommendations based on the applications for the allocation committee to adopt and approve. And with you as a council now existing, an additional step in our process is to involve you in that work. And we don't know yet what that will look like because we haven't had an advisory council doing this before. So your fall meetings will be kind of digging into the process by which that will operate. And then in the spring, you'll implement that process. Any questions on where we're headed next? In that case, yes, Stephen.
Sorry for all the questions. Where did you all land with the volunteer versus contractor review thing?
Volunteer reviewers was where you landed. It gets us a lot of people in the community involved in the process, which is one of the fun, hard work, but fun parts of it. But if there's no other questions, just take immense gratitude to everybody. Really humbled by all your work. Yes, thank you.
Evaluation and stipend.
Oh gosh, Katrina just reminded me, and they're on my talking points. Please fill out the meeting evaluation. There is a handout form to complete, and then also for stipends, Katrina is here to collect invoices. Thanks again, everybody. Really appreciate it. Yeah.
Thank you all. You can leave the evaluation and stipend invoice with me or on the table, the entry table.